Hello everyone, welcome to a new playthrough for Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. This game was made by the same studio that made Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, Owlcat. Except this time, instead of being in a fantasy world, they made the same CRPG approach in Warhammer universe, and I believe they did a fantastic job on this. This gameplay, it's gonna use the Lex Imperialis DLC along with the Void Shadows, and we're gonna play this as daring, so nobody gets any bonuses left and right. I do believe normal it's a little bit too easy. Hard, it can get really hard later. I'm not really enjoying it. So let's play. We're gonna create a new character, which I'm gonna use the new character from Lex Imperialis, so we want to do the shotgun approach, the Vigilant. So that one is like a Terminator kind of. I think this one is a little bit too much. Yeah, let's use this one. Looks pretty badass. And we want to do the fortress world, so we want to be someone who was born on the planet which is all immersed in warfare. We're gonna have as features a never stop shooting, which adds at the start of the turn. Each time a fortress wall character kills an enemy, they gain 10 stacks of never stop shooting. At the start of their turn, there is a stack of never stop shooting % chance that the first attack this round will cost 0 AP and will not count towards the attack limit per turn. If this effect triggers, all the stacks are lost, meaning if we killed one character, we're already gonna have 10% chance that the first attack will cost 0 AP. If that does not get triggered and we still kill the person, we're gonna get then 20% that the next one will be, and so on until we do trigger that, and then it resets. One downside is the fellowship. We are not too friendly, but it's fine. I'll take it. Combat aggregate. Fortress wall characters gain 7 ballistic skills, perception, willpower while in combat. Yet while out of combat, their intelligence, fellowship, perception, and willpower are decreased by 7. So, yeah, we are strong in combat and we suck when we are outside the combat, which I'm fine with. Familiar kickback. At the end of their turn, fortress wall characters gain stacks of never stop shooting equal to half the minimal damage of the most damaging ranged weapon they used this round. Never stop believing. When all stacks of never stop shooting should be lost, they become will point divided by 3 stacks instead. Additionally, a fortress wall character may upgrade their willpower characteristics even if their current archetypes do not allow it. Hail of Steel. Each round, fortress wall characters gain stacking +1 bonus to dodge against ranged attack for each shot they made during this round. Also, the ranged burst attack grants an additional +10 stacks of never stop shooting. Spare magazine. Fortress wall characters first reload in combat cost 0 action point. It's not very common. We're gonna end up with a reload, but just in case, the first one will be 0 action point. Also, reloading a weapon grants an additional never stop shooting. So pretty much everything we do, almost everything we do, is gonna add up to never stop shooting, which increases the chance of one shot being 0 action points. So we're gonna do the arbiter, and this is the one. Oh, we have a lot of talents. Shotgun mastery, can wield 2-handled shotguns. That's a Terminator. Armor piercing. Arbitrator successfully attack. Reduce enemy armor. Arbiter's physical training. The arbitrator gains toughness equal to half their equipped shield. Public sentencing. Whenever an enemy adjacent to the arbitrator fails a willpower resistance test for the first time in round, that enemy provokes an attack of opportunity from the arbitrator. If multiple enemies fail this test at the same time, the attack of opportunity is triggered against one of them randomly. Prepared prosecution. During the tactical phase, the arbitrator can be placed in a cell adjacent to an enemy. Pillars of the law. After the arbitrator uses a heroic act or a desperate measure, they gain coercion and willpower bonus block until the end of the combat. Lawful intervention. The arbitrator can parry incoming attacks with a ranged weapon. To calculate the parry chance, the arbitrator's ballistic skill is used instead of weapon skill. The arbitrator can make attacks of opportunity with a ranged weapon that they can use in melee range. So I can use my shotgun as a parrying. Law and order. The arbitrator's attacks made on other turns deal so many will action more damage. So the arbitrator's attack made on others' turn. So this is probably attack of opportunities. Pacification procedures. Once per turn, an arbitrator can throw a grenade that does not deal damage on impact. That action costs 0 action point and does not count towards the attack limit per turn. Interesting, why would I do that? Mob justice. Allies in a 3-cell radius around the arbitrator deal more damage. So it even influences the people around. Binding purpose. As long as the arbitrator has more than 90% wounds, which is health, they are immune to the following negative effects: blinded, disturbed, fatigued, perplexed, slowed, and staggered. That's awesome. Steady hand of justice. With one-handed shock platoon or a one-handed power maul equipped, the arbitrator gains 10% to parry and reduce the weapon skills to enemy hit with this weapon by -10 until the end of the combat. This weapon also deals 25% more crit damage. With a shotgun, I don't think so. I wanna be a vigilant. This is it. So ballistic perception. Coercion, Lord Imperium. The shotgun attacks has so many penetration, additional armor penetration, and inflicts shotgun maximum damage levels of bleeding on targets hit. So we do bleeding too. Double slug. This shotgun attack allows the arbitrator to make 2 single shots against the target. Good. So let's see which one we want. Lord Imperialum. Don't we already have Lord Imperialum? Sure. What about athletics? We don't have too many athletics. So the athletics. persuasion. Do we have like persuasion? No. Let's try to talk our way out to. I'm gonna try to convince people. It presents the ability to resist negative effects or alcohol. Now this one is this. Poison stimulates alcohol. No, I don't wanna drink. So we're gonna do the soldier one. Soldier. And maybe overseer. Overcharge. Skills. Or arch militant. We'll see. Bounty hunter, usually it's the it's from the distance, it's like a sniper base, but I want to use shotgun, which is a little bit closer. I don't want. What about this? Always in the thick of battle, using their leadership and combat prowess, master tacticians are able to harness the momentum of their party to enhance the combat effectiveness. So this is a buffer. We're gonna probably go with this arch militant or overseer. I'm gonna decide when time comes, but for now we go with this. Alright, so weapon skills. So we need ballistic skills a lot. Alright, like that. Willpower. Willpower reflects characters' ability to withstand the horrors of the warp. High willpower allows characters to exert control over a crowd or interrogate. I don't care so much about it. Let's cancel this one, fellowship. Also increases the chance of resisting negative mental weapon skills. Toughness. Let's put some life. Okay, we put some. Okay, let's do. Add some life. We need to be able to dodge a little bit because we're gonna be pretty close. And some initiative. And how much we have. That's it. It's fine. Okay. Patient Fortune, Seeker's Heaven, Trailblazer, First Forged, Arcanum Redemptions, Malefactum Repent, Unbound Worm, Arcanum Lucidus, Harbinger of War. Ooh, yes! Harbinger of War. I will take it. Take it. Yes, good. And meanwhile, my name? Well. Here we go.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Yes, it's truly an awe-inspiring sight.
That is the purpose of all temples to the God Emperor, to inspire awe and reverence. For it is the duty of his servants to persevere in their tireless service until they are presented with the chance to give their very life for the master of humanity. Allow me to introduce myself. Kunrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
Rogue Trader, a subject of the Imperium with a unique hereditary title. A Rogue Trader is tasked with exploring and exploiting the still uncharted regions of the galaxy for the benefit of mankind. My name is Rel.
My regards, Master. Or should I say, von Valencias, scion of a blessed rogue trader house in the service of the Imperium. Perhaps this kinship came as a shock to you. Understandably so, given that all evidence of the connection was lost in the generations separating you and Lord Captain Theodora. It required no small effort on the part of Her Ladyship's servants to discover and verify this blood tie, which has now made you one of the heirs of this dynasty.
So I like that a lot of dialogue is voiced, but not all of them. And in the full disclosure, I'm using a mod in which, and all the dialogues which are not voiced, they're gonna be synthesized by the computer. And the cool part about it is that it's not gonna use only one voice for all those dialogues. It's gonna use different voice for male characters, different voice for women characters, and also different voice for the narrator. So it has a little variation, which is pretty cool. It helps a lot instead of just reading. Helps a little bit with the immersion. So, Lord Captain, a strange title for the Lady Theodora.
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis, at the time when the first rogue traders entered the God Emperor's service, and therefore, it is sacrosanct.
Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. I see that you are shocked. Yes, you understood correctly. Lady Theodora's authority indeed supersedes that of those whom you obeyed before. The Lord Captain's power is so great that she is capable of performing unthinkable feats, such as changing the fate of a servant of the Imperium. Your fate.
You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencias. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Tell me about the one of whose ship I have found myself.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back, especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
Warrant of Trade, the sacred relic document that affirms the preeminent rights of a rogue trader throughout the galaxy. So this is kind of like the proof that I am the rogue trader. Without this, nobody recognizes me as a rogue trader. You say that I'm one of Rogue Trader's heirs, so there is another candidate?
There is, and you will meet him soon enough.
I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Alright, let's go. Roll. Movement, okay. This one. Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencius desires to personally meet with a person recently brought aboard her flagship. A storm is brewing over the dynasty, so the Lord Captain has something important to share with her heir, if she ever gets the chance. So, follow Conrad on the officer's deck. Some objects in the game can be interacted with within a special way. They are marked with specific icons. Some icons allow you to study objects, others will transfer the character to a neighboring location or launch a small event. These icons become visible when your character is standing close enough to the interactive object. Click left mouse button on the icon to perform the associated action. Some interactive objects, such as doors or chests, are not always marked with icons, but the cursor changes when you hover over them. Hover your cursor over the object. If the cursor changes, the object is interactable. Hold tab to highlight. Okay. So this
None shall stand in my way.
So this, you see, I'm gonna click here.
Glory to the Omnisia, giver of knowledge.
This was the mod. So knows that it's a male character and just does the speech.
Lay people interfering in the operation of the sacred mechanisms disturbs the machine spirits. In the name of the Omnisia, refrain from any further profane acts.
Yep. So let's follow.
One of the Von Valencius trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
What's happening? Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
Rel, shoot. Shoot, and don't let it get close.
To survive in the grim darkness of the far future, you will have to face enemies of all kinds and fight for your life. This hints and tutorial will familiarize you with the combat system of Warhammer Rogue Trader. Click the button at the top of the screen to start the battle. Alright, start the battle.
Get to the heretics!
Whew. All battles in the game are turn-based and take place on the grid. On their turn, a character can move, attack, and use their abilities. Select a cell within the highlighted area and double-click on it to move the character there. Movement points determine how far a character can move on their turn. 1 MP corresponds to 1 cell on the battlefield. Moving diagonally is more costly. Every second diagonal cell uses 2 movement points. At the beginning of each turn, movement points are restored to their maximum value. Note that once a character starts moving, this action can no longer be cancelled. So what do we have? We have just a little gun. Inventory, nothing. I'm guessing because this is the tutorial. To make attacks and use abilities in combat, a character must spend action points. Their total is displayed on the panel at the bottom of the screen. Every attack or ability has a certain AP associated with it. The number of squares next to the icons of attack action and other abilities indicate their action points. At the start of each character's turn, their AP are restored to the maximum value. To attack, first click on the single shot icon on the weapon panel at the bottom of the screen. Hover the cursor over an enemy, tooltip will appear showing your chances of hitting that enemy and the possible damage you can deal on a successful hit. Click on the enemy to fire. The amount of damage your characters deal depends on the parameters of the weapon they are using. The effectiveness of the shot depends on the distance between the character and their enemy. When you target an enemy with a single shot, you will see 2 areas denoting the weapon's effective and maximum firing ranges. Certain abilities in the game are considered attack actions and can only be used once per turn unless affected by specific talents or other abilities a character might have. If a character performs an attack action, they will not be able to attack again and will lose their remaining movement points until the start of their next turn. So, simply said, once we attack, we cannot move. Okay, this one says 90% and the possible damage anywhere between 5 and 8. Did 6. Okay. Spades to finish that turn. Of course you missed. Don't even get close to me. And another one. We're gonna use
Suits my purposes.
This one is hit and run. The soldier gains 4 MPs. Their next attack costs -1 AP, and until the end of the turn, soldier becomes winded. While winded, the soldier suffers a -10 penalty to ballistic skills and cannot use run and gun. So this is kind of like an extra turn, but it's gonna reduce the next turn. The ballistic skills. Characters with melee weapon can make an attack of opportunity if an opponent in a adjacent cell initiates movement. It can also be triggered by some abilities. All characters with melee weapon, including members of your party, can make attacks of opportunity. The chance to hit and deal damage is calculated just like a normal attack. And I missed. Your character has just missed. To increase hit chance, equip your character with a decent weapon.
For the glory of the Imperium!
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan. I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
You can open the map using F1. Okay.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
So the camera is this way.
The crew member is hard at work, bowing his head in fear and avoiding even looking at you.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
Well, let's not intervene, just listen in silence.
While you are considering your answer, Edelthrad, I wish to speak with someone else. Perhaps I shall hear something more interesting than incoherent mumbling. Approach.
What is this? Is this someone from your retinue, Theodora? Do you permit your people to interrupt your conversations in such a fashion?
I give that permission to those with something of substance to say. Let us see if it was worth it. This is the second candidate for the title of my successor. Step forward.
Second candidate, who's the first?
Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Koronus Expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
So this is very important. Your character skills reflect their knowledge and capabilities. Some dialogues automatically initiate passive skill tests. If such a test succeeds, new information will be revealed on a hidden dialogue option will unlock. If your character is traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score in the applicable skill is selected for each given passive skills test. So basically, for everything which involves skill tests, the game is gonna use the ally or the party member with the highest, which is different from other games where it's the character which interacts, that particular character that interacts. It's using the passive, the skill test. So, which is sometimes a little bit annoying, but it is what it is. I prefer this one. I prefer when it takes the party member with the highest score. So let's see. Those spirits could well be native natives' name for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case and if the population of Aeon 6 engages in xeno-worship. There are ways to confirm whether what is happening on Aeon 6 is witchcraft or not. It might cost several psychers to do so, but it will give us the answer. My experience tells me that when wealth is involved, someone is trying to appropriate it. This looks like an action of a criminal syndicate that is using a small screen of mysticism to steal extractors. I am ready to land on the planet with an assault squad and pass judgment on the thieves. These reports of spirits certainly sound like evidence of heresy. However, I would put my interests first, no matter what means. What means I would have to use. The richest of Aeon 6 would be mine. Aeon 6 must be purged. For the good of the Imperium, I shall exterminate the heretical beliefs and otherworldly powers that rule the native apostates. I will go this. There are ways to confirm whether what is happening on it is witchcraft or not.
Thorough, but presumptuous. It took me a great deal to find one psyker who could serve me well for many years. Yet you speak of several.
Yeah.
Sanctioned psychers are rare and valuable instruments of the Golden Throne. Or do you suggest that we use heretics, who are an offense to the God Emperor's light? It would be rather careless of you to utter such profanity in the presence of his faithful servants.
I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was still more than you could do, Etherha. We are both servants of God Emperor and Lady Theodora. Does it become anyone of our status to engage in petty feuds? I find your tone most disagreeable, Etherha. You will kindly alter the manner in which you address me, or else you will live to regret the consequence. Shut your mouth. Oh. This one, a little bit. I gave a straight answer.
Ignorant upstart. How dare you?
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
So, why are you here?
Was it not you who sent for me?
You have ceded the opening that was offered to you in a woeful display of meekness. Admittedly, this tendency is equally strong in all who toil in the Emperor's service. Immutable hierarchy, absolute obedience, lickspittlery, compulsion to please. I value none of these things. From the moment my envoys came for you, the terms of your existence changed. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with von Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
One of? Does this mean there are other heirs?
Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Ethelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake.
If you're satisfied with Ethelred, then what sense is there in having this conversation? Why are you wasting your time on me?
Impatience. I am rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Ethelthrad as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here, in the Koronus Expanse. You were granted the rank of Marshal of the Adeptus Arbites. That is more than just a title. It stands for decades of perilous service, dozens of verdicts handed down, and exemplary loyalty to the Imperium. Your knowledge of the law and the fear you are capable of instilling are a path toward maintaining order in the Protectorate. Furthermore, the sternness of our justice must be impressed not just upon the dynasty's subjects, but also upon the many competitors who covet our possessions. They too must be kept in line. Moreover, even changing your family name will not rid you of the fame you previously garnered. I hope it will also help you bring glory to the von Valancius dynasty, to which you now belong.
Did I hear you correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you?
His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly and, as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voitvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least.
Alright, I'm ready to take on this sacred purpose.
Oh, yes. You would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump, and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader.
Well then, thank you for calling me then. Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions now?
I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
Navigator, translation. What are these things that you speak of?
Sometimes I forget that people without direct access to a ship's bridge may not know the first thing about how a void ship travels between the stars. Vessels such as this one are capable of leaving real space and traversing into the warp, an otherworldly dimension of cruel and unthinkable forces. By entering it under the protection of the Gellerfield, we shorten the route to our destination, crossing distances that would require hundreds of years in a matter of weeks instead, sometimes in days or even hours. That is how humanity spread across the galaxy. That is how we were able to build the Imperium, which spans millions of stars.
An incident took place on the officer's deck. Some servitors went berserk and attacked the crew.
Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Gellerfield. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all.
Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is ancient. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live.
Where is your ship headed?
The Rycad system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers, and rivals. Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Koronus Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rycad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time.
What are my current responsibilities?
Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide.
Gracious Lord Captain, surely there are ways I can prove myself a worthy heir.
You can start by not asking questions of this sort. I have no need for sycophants. I will draw my conclusions when an opportunity to prove yourself arises. As for when you will be granted that opportunity, only the God Emperor knows.
I have no more questions.
In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Revolution.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Oh, combatants act in turn, and their order is determined by initiative. The order of turns is displayed on the left side of the screen from bottom to top. The characters at the very bottom goes first, then the one above them, and so on. Okay.
For now.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. One fewer target!
My faith strengthens me. Die.
I want that gun.
I bring ruin.
Oh. Use cover to avoid enemy attacks. Cover that our characters can hide behind are marked with a shield or a shield with a skull. When standing close to them, the characters will automatically take up an advantageous position. In this case, the chance that enemy attacks will hit the cover and not the characters behind them increases. The character will not receive a bonus if attacked from a side, not protected by their current cover, so they can be flanked. So let's see.
Opposing me was your
I have
biggest
only one
mistake.
pistol. I want more. Okay. What else I have?
You didn't stand a chance.
I know. One more. Good. Your character just landed a crit that deals increased damage equal to the character's crit damage stat. Character's crit damage is 150% of their normal damage by default. However, certain talents, effects, and abilities can increase it. Certain weapons have their own critical damage stats, which is added to the character's total stat value during attack. Okay, time to end the turn.
Just a minor set.
Death to non-believers!
To non-believers.
I can handle this.
Ooh.
Follow my lead.
Ah!
Reduced to dust. Follow my lead. Death to the heretics.
I saw one his gun. Meanwhile, I have a tiny little pistol.
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
So what is happening?
From what we have seen, I can speculate that we are dealing with some variety of madness induced by warp travel. Such episodes are not uncommon among voidsmen who have found themselves outside the boundaries of real space, though such episodes seldom spill onto other decks.
Oh, the casters are not working, or have been sabotaged. Either the warp is toying with us, or someone went to great lengths to cut the ship's communications. I will need a direct channel to the engine seer Prime before I can get a sense of what we are up against. Whatever it may be, keep your weapons at the ready. I imagine it will be some time before we no longer need them.
The incident with the rampaging servitors may be connected to what is transpiring now.
Possibly. Quite likely. We will investigate at a later time. Right now, we need to isolate the affected compartments and try to assess the situation.
How could there be armed people in the ranks of the crew who would dare to attack the Lord Captain?
Trust me, this is hardly surprising for a crew of thousands. The lower decks are a fertile environment for discontent and heresy, no matter how one tries to incinerate any seed before it can take root. All it takes is a hint of warp influence to cloud the minds of normally obedient cattle.
Sporadic riots on the lower decks never reach these compartments. No, the tumults of the rabble are always contained within their own territory. This is too well organized. It is spreading too rapidly.
So what are your orders?
Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Alright. So we need to find the Arch-Militant. We need to go and find Mort.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, pull yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Voxmaster is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
Mutiny? Who would attempt a mutiny here in the warp?
Lunatics, fools, heretics. This ship houses thousands upon thousands of people. Pernicious thoughts and warp-induced delusions could have tainted any one of them. It is a difficult notion to accept, but such risks are inescapable. First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once. Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-Militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers.
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
In whatever state? What does that mean?
We are in the warp. Considering the attack, there could be a disruption in the Gellerfield and the infiltration of malevolent forces onto the decks. Psychers can react to such things in the most unpredictable ways.
Enough! Master of Whispers, you must not allow my heir to turn into a mindless mutant and to perish under Enforcer fire. Do whatever it takes to bring Edelthrad back to me.
I shall do everything in my power.
Not everything in your power. You will do as I say. I'll have your heads if you fail. Is that clear? Then move out. Mort, come.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
I shall make do lead the way.
Of course you will. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
Something hits you hard with a sharp crackle, and you are consumed by unbearable, gut-wrenching pain.
You, Conrad.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
Voidweir, you two-faced scum. You are the one behind this mayhem.
How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself. We are in the anteroom of the Warrant Chamber, this voidship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates to the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
Why are you doing this?
Why? Because I am following an order. What is happening on this ship right now has been in the making for a very long time. All that remains is to obtain what my master sent me for. The Warrant of Trade.
What is it in bread? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
What sorry, pathetic excuse do you even have for your apostasy, you sordid, wretched piece of grox?
Wretched? What do you know about wretchedness? Theodora's cur! Are you hoping to buy a grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind. Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench Fon Valencius watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
The blade flashes in the dim light, and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment, you feel nauseous, your head is spinning, and then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Go to the gate.
Fight the voice in your head. Get out. I'm not your puppet.
The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence forcing you onto your feet and making you take a step toward the gates looming in the center of the chamber. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The Sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises.
Examine the device.
You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With the screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward, closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voices that filled your head after Voidweir wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind.
look for anything that could be used as a weapon.
You look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition, nary a broken panel or a protruding piece of rebar in sight.
Examine the sentinel.
The servitor looks noticeably different from the ones you are used to. Its skin covering is stitched together with copper thread, and it has metal hinges in place of the standard joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons.
Place your hand in the Sentinel's maw.
The Sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass. The Sentinel's jaws remain closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath, maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
Who is this?
Genetic code identified. Child of House von Valancius. Do you require assistance?
You hear a displeased grunt in your mind, as if the lurking entity has sensed something that is not to its liking.
Yes, Sentinel. Traitors threaten my life and the safety of the warrant.
Pain shoots through your head and subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Well, there is still another way.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by.
Are you the Warren Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
I need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Voxmaster, restore communication with the navigator's sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
I need a weapon. I'm utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
Lead me away from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
As the game story unfolds, you will see notifications at the top of the screen indicating the status of the current objective. So this is the journal, the rumors and orders, rumors and contract sections also contain important information. You will learn more about them later. we need to seal the chamber.
Run, fools, or fall!
Yeah.
Master, whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this?
Conrad Voidbeard is a traitor. When we parted ways on the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here.
What?
Intended to take revenge on Theodora for something, and trying to reach the Warren was somehow part of that plan.
Oh, holy God, Emperor! I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. Bandmaster, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
Voidgear openly admitted that he is the mastermind behind the mutiny.
Saint's blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
While fighting, your character can lose some of their wounds. Your character has suffered an injury after being attacked by Kunrad. This happens when a character receives damage that exceeds 50% of their maximum wounds within one round. The exact percentage of wounds a character must lose for this to happen may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Injuries reduce the character's resolve. When a character initially suffers an injury, it is considered a fresh injury during the first 3 rounds. Once 3 rounds have passed, a fresh injury becomes an old injury. A fresh injury can be healed using a medikit without passing any skill tests. Old injuries can be healed with a medikit, but they require the character administering the treatment to pass a Medicaid skill test to succeed. Use medikits to restore wounds and heal injuries. Note that when a character loses all their wounds, they fall unconscious. So unconscious. The character can, when wounds reduce to 0, the characters can no longer participate in combat. They will regain consciousness after the battle and receive a trauma. Which can be healed by resting on the ship or in certain other places suitable for rest. Trauma. If a character who has received 3 or more injuries does not heal them in time with a medikit, the injuries will become traumas. The number of injuries depend on difficulties. Traumas reduce a character's resolve and also inflicts an additional negative effect, which depends on the specifics of a particular trauma. Traumas can only be removed and fully healed in the rogue trader's private quarters on the voidship. Resolve reduces the momentum gain. Once the combat is over, the wounds of all party members are replenished automatically, but any injuries that may have sustained remain. Those can be healed with a medikit. Medikits can only be used by characters who have the field medic feature, base skills, Medicaid, or have taken Medicaid skills advancement at least once. Whenever a character uses a medikit in battle, a Medicaid skill test determines the number of wounds. Abelard can heal. Okay, so Abelard can heal. Oh, great.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Arm yourself. Our enemies may find us at any moment.
Alright. To equip a new weapon, drag. Yep. You can switch between party members. Alright.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
How did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warren Sentinel may have sent that message. It appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me navigator. However, I've spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the war. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
What can we expect to find in a navigator's sanctum?
During warp transit, the sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Imperium. And for good reason. For the navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterium. Only a navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
I heard one of Theodora's Voxcasts.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
The Navigator's Sanctum. Very well. Will you lead the way?
Absolutely. Let us proceed.
To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor! Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might, destroy those who have dared!
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
Out of my surrender to the dark powers!
Combat begins. Yep, we know that. So I want you to come here. And you all the way here. Combat abilities of characters differ depending on their archetypes. Available abilities are located at the bottom. Yes, we know that. Before the ability is used, you will get to review its estimated outcome while hovering your cursor over a character or an area of your choosing. You will also see the ability's area of effect. During adventures, your characters will gain new abilities. Okay. So, we're gonna try this burst. Woohoo! Nice.
Already done.
And we come here. We're gonna kill this guy. Nice. Dodge.
Crush the feeble.
Parry. Your new companion is a warrior. Baldur specializes in melee combat and drawing the enemy's attacks. Charge is a unique warrior ability that works only when they are using a melee weapon and is not considered an attack action. Use charge to close the distance between you and the enemy and deal damage. Okay, with charge, note that charge can only be used if the character is 2 or more cells away. This character is using a melee weapon. Melee attacks require the character to be adjacent to the enemy. To make a melee attack, right click. Unlike single shots, melee attacks hit automatically with no need for a roll. The enemy will try to dodge and parry the attacks if they are using a melee weapon of their own. Melee weapons can be used to make area attacks. Damage dealt by melee weapons depend on the weapon's parameters and the attacker's strength. So let's see. Deflection. Deflection determines the amount of damage deducted whenever an enemy hits the character. Armor. Armor is one of the parameters that reduces incoming damage. It shows the percentage of damage that is reduced by the character's armor and is deducted after damage deflection. So if this is 100%, that would be great. Untouchable. Dodge helps negate damage from melee. So this is the chance to dodge, and it depends on agility. Dodge reduction. This parameter determines how much a character reduces enemy's chance to dodge, and that the higher value of this parameter, the more effective the character's attack will be. Base dodge reductor is on the perception. So this is how much I can dodge and how much I can reduce the target's dodge, and this is based on perception. Parry. Well, character using a melee weapon can deflect melee attacks. The higher the attacker's weapon skill, so depends on weapon skill. Okay, so the parry chance depends on the weapon skill, and then if that one doesn't kick in, is the dodge. The chance to dodge is based on agility, as we already seen here, and this is resolve. So the resolve influences how efficiently and for how long characters can fight in a battle. It determines the amount of momentum gain. So let's see, what is the momentum. With momentum, your party members can use unique abilities called heroic acts and desperate measures. In battle, the level of momentum changes depending on the actions of characters. If the momentum gauge reaches 175 or more, any party members can use a heroic act. If momentum drops below 25, your party will gain the ability to use desperate measures, which has a number of negative effects. At the beginning of each combat, the momentum of the party starts at 100. Okay, and this is weapons. So anyway, 7 to 9. Okay. So I have 2 guys here.
Reduced to dust.
Reduced to dust. And we can charge over him. Come. Oh. Little boo boo. Okay, and one more. Okay. And you charge. Good. You can advance the level your companion gains. Okay. So 1 rank available. So we wanna do, we wanna excel on this one, awareness. Meanwhile you let's do athletics. And let's put on this one. Suddenly 52% chance and 20% damage. Bummer. Okay, 20% damage. Oh no. Got the loot. It's okay.
I hear it. Here, on the threshold of the blinded guide, doom comes from the heavens.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. Their voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abala, how they sing.
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate, to die in the waves of the Imperium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seers standing before you.
A diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you are von Valancius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Ethelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Ethelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
How do you know who I am?
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
You flinch at the seer's words. No doubt she is referring to the nightmares the torturers inflicted upon your body and mind. Your muscles contract involuntarily, as if steeling themselves once more for the inevitable pain.
What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the engineerium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Enginseer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
We must see if the Navigator is well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Idira has joined the party, which now consists of several characters. Yes. Back. Okay. Okay, we need to come. Yep. Open the door. Let me guess, the Navigator. So you come here. You're gonna come as close as possible to this guy. And you, I want you to come here. You can use the hologram gauge to affect the effectiveness or intended combat. That one I know. Okay. So I'm first.
Suits my purpose.
Good. And now let's run a little bit, see. Try a burst.
Not a problem.
Not bad at all. Idira is a psyker and an operative. As an operative, she can study opponents and identify their weaknesses, and her psyker abilities allow her to deal damage to them. Analyze enemies is an operative ability which applies the exploit effect to all enemies within the operative line of sight at the start of each of the operative's turns. The operative can also use this ability against a specific enemy to inflict several stacks of this effect. The higher the operative intelligence bonus is, the more exploits stacks will be inflicted. Whenever the operative hits a target with an exploit applied to them, the attack deals additional damage. The amount of extra damage depends on the target's number of exploits. And the operative's perception. Expose weakness is an operative ability which they can use against a single enemy who is under the exploit. This ability reduces the enemy's dodge, parry, and armor. The amount of reduction depends on the number of active exploits. So the first one is for damage to apply. So when I attack, adds to damage. When I expose, debuffs. Idira is armed with a special staff. In the future, you will encounter staves that only a psyker versed in a certain discipline can use. For example, you might find a staff that lets a psyker use Inferno, but to do so, they must first have a pyromancy psychic discipline learned. Okay. So let's see. By attack, there is a risk. I mean, I could come here and
cover me.
Yeah, let's do this. Good. And this one is apply. Increase the dodge parry with 10%.
Here we go.
Oh boy. Okay. So can you come and hurt? Nope. But you can come here and attack.
My place is at the fore.
Oh, I rushed. Oh, it's okay. Lucky. So if I come here and I do this, 26%, it's not good. But if I come here, 65%, let's do this, cause missed on 65%. Awesome. Psycho. So this guy already has 3 exploits. And if we come here, I might actually kill him.
Hold on.
Yes. Opportunity attack.
The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink, parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the 2 dark gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the 2 ordinary eyes as well as the 3rd one that sits in the center of its forehead.
I believe Master Vespider still lives. Well, the servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
Address Idira. What is wrong with him?
Wounded. Exhausted. Fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head. Pick one.
Continue.
Your time is short.
Our time is short to do what?
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
Ah! It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Idira's scream is echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption.
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me. Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
Who torments you?
The Edge. Kneel before the ascent of a new champion. When the rite is complete, this shell will burst, and thousands of Moors will accept the sacrifice offered to the Edge of Daybreak by the Bringer of Twilight, the one marked by the will of the gods.
Each word rings through your head like the tolling of a bell, as if countless voices have joined in, screaming into your ears. For a moment, you lose your bearings. This unholy chorus must be trying to confound you with sounds not meant for this world.
I want to help you. Tell me how.
Run. The sanctum will be sealed. I will hold it off. Hold on. And wait for the signal from the Master Helmsman. Then I will commence the translation. So, run. Run.
Address Abelard. The navigator is still alive, but barely so. What do we do now?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
Vespaidas, good luck. And thank you.
The navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the vox at the base of the chair is bellowing out static interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter.
Okay. Time to loot, because last time we forgot to do that. Defeated enemies have no further need. Trophies on the right side of the trophy window go to your inventory. Such items can be used or equipped by your characters. Trophies on the left are packed as a cargo and sent to your ship. You can move trophies from one side to another. Okay. Collect all. In combat, a character may need to use different kind of weapons, which can be prepared in advance. Open your inventory F2 and prepare different weapons. To switch, press X. Okay. So let's see. Oh, time for the shotgun. It's time for the shotgun. So you have this sword, obviously, shotgun. And you have the pistol. Add to cargo. Whatever. I'm guessing cargo, if I remember correctly, it's the ship.
A fallen piece of debris that almost proved fatal to you. Without Adira's prediction, you would have remained in this corridor forever.
Okay. Let's venture forth.
The door does not budge. Clots of viscous flesh have entangled the metal, sealing the door shut.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Ah. Officer's deck.
ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot these...
Shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hands, and, for a brief moment, it seems she is not going to stop and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Relvan Valencius, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. Ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
I'm not traitor, sister. You can be sure of that.
If you speak truthfully, the Emperor will not forsake you. If you are lying, you will not escape his retribution. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic!
What is a warrior of that Adepta Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader ship? Your orders serve the ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation, under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Who are these people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
What is happening on the officer's deck?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about seeing their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
We must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Sorry. What does she have? So she has Unfading Valor. 412, a little bit longer than a regular or a pistol. So pistol and this is what I like in the game. It's showing the loot. Select all. You have received a new, more efficient weapon for your character. To upgrade your equipment, open the inventory and you can hold. Yep. And keep going. leather goods. Alright, so let's see, what do we have? So we have well-maintained laser gun. So 6-8. Okay, this one is better. Though in the end I will use the shotgun. We got 3 companions in the last episode. We got Abelard, Idira and Argenta. The formation is a little bit wacky. I don't really like it so much. Let's customize it. Yeah, there are 2. Yeah, this is probably the best. Yeah. So
the door will not move an inch. It is blocked.
Of course.
A new challenge for me?
The explosion blasted a hole through the door, large enough for a person to get through.
So we cannot go there. Let's open this door. Ooh, need to start a battle. So let's put Abelard. So the first one is Argenta, then me, Idira and Abelard. And let's see, who are these 2? So it's this guy. Okay, we're gonna put Argenta here. Actually, we're gonna put her here. Take care of this guy. I'm gonna be here. Abelard, my friend, you're gonna come right in front. You have to go full on. And Idira, same thing. Okay, so let's start the battle. Argenta is the warrior of the Adeptas Sororitas and a soldier. She is an expert with burst range weapons and weapons that deal damage in an area. That's great. Another of Argenta's strength is her mobility in combat. Run and gun is a unique soldier ability. Using it grants the soldier extra movement points and reduces the cost of their next attack by -1 action point. The soldier will also suffer a -10 penalty to the ballistic skills for this attack. Run and gun also allows the soldier to perform an additional attack with a ranged weapon, which is a handy tool if you want to make more than one attack with them on their turn. So Rebel in Slaughter is a soldier ability which can be used once for each 3 enemies the soldier kills in a single battle. Each activation of this ability increases the soldier's ballistic skill, crit chance and crit damage. This effect stacks and lasts until the end of the combat. Certain types of weapon let you make burst attacks. This we know. When performing a melee burst attack, the character makes several strikes against a single target. If the first strike hits the target, all subsequent strikes automatically hit. If the first strike is dodged or parried, all subsequent strikes are automatically dodged or parried. Alright. When performing a ranged burst attack, the character fires several successive shots with different trajectories. Most of these shots are concentrated in the center of the selected attack cone. Therefore, the more enemies there are in the center of this area, the more of them will be damaged if the attack is successful. All shots fired after the first one are less accurate and have a higher chance of deviating from the central line. Burst shots are particularly effective against a cluster of enemies. Be careful, burst shots can hit allies if they are standing in the direction. Yes. So let's do a burst shot on these two guys. 3.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Oh, nothing. Okay. 1. This ability also grants an additional 3 momentum for each enemy that is either in a 5-cell radius around the Sister of Battle or was hit by her this turn. If the Sister of Battle hits a demon or a chaos, the additional amount of momentum doubles. I should have done this before. So good to know. Alright, let's try to... Oh, good. We got more momentum. So this is the momentum. 140. Okay. Done with you. Full and partial cover give you opportunity to avoid enemy. So full cover reduces hit the chance by 60%. Partial 30%, 45%. At the same time, the chance to hit a character behind cover may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Some cover can be destroyed by melee attack, area attacks and other abilities. Destructible cover has a durability bar above it. Single shot can penetrate through any cover. Ooh, good to know. Alright, so you do the same thing. You're gonna... Can I? There is no way I can... Ah no, it is.
Suits my purposes.
Okay. Woo! More. More. All right. Well, let's see what are they doing.
Non-believers! I serve the ruinous powers!
So, so this one is a cutthroat. I cannot run. If I run, well, let's experiment. I run experiment this. So this is 11. I want experiment. Is this gonna be attack of opportunity or not? Yes. It's fine. Deal 7 damage to the target. This is 2 and this is how many action points? 2 action points.
Will do.
Woohoo! Good. And we put some extra dodge and parry, because I'm afraid they're gonna attack me from here. Blood, my friend. So you charge on this guy. Target is too close. It has to be at least 2. Let's go on this one. Good. And that's pretty much it. For one round, the Navy officer and their allies in 3 cells gain 2 deflections. Sure. Brace for impact. Wait a minute. I have a shotgun. Completely forgot about it. It has a 21% chance. 44, 21, what about 45, 39, okay, let's get rid of this one. Good. Ah, missed. Good.
Maim them! Make them bleed!
Oof. Okay, so you have to focus. So we have 1 here, here, and 2 here. We gonna... Where should we come? I don't know if I can. I mean, I could. It's gonna be 65. You know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna do burst over the table. Woohoo! Wait. You can use a medikit to restore your party members' wound in battle. Treat an injury. Ooh. She already has an injury. Of course. Did I just hit my own player? Yes, by mistake. Ah. I hit her by mistake. So I caused an injury. Okay, that's not good. I need to be careful next time. It's good to know that you can actually do that. And then missed. I want you to come as close as possible to this guy here.
What is this foreboding?
And are you gonna hit him? Yep. You're gonna... Good. Good. And I want Aberrant to heal.
Just in time.
Did this count as yep, 2 action points?
I will do my duty.
Only 10. Fine. Miss. Ooh, that's good. So Argenta, let's see. If I come here, it's gonna be 75% chance. Yeah, I'm gonna take it. Good. And reload.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay. I'm gonna come here and do a 75% chance. Oh, I was not aware he's gonna do that one as a opportunity attack. All right. So let's see, what do we have? A lot of loot. Good. So let's keep 1 shotgun. Just for the sake of it. And all this, always add to the cargo. Go, go. I have 1 sword, I don't need more. Collect all. What else we have? How can I? Ah, I Come here. There is. Open the door. Ah, here are some goods. Okay, let's come and get them. Anyone? Collect all. Here are some goods also. So this is a multi-key. Yes, that one will take. That one goes to. What is this? Anyway, machine right set. A set of sacred oils and an expandable. Okay. Always add. Okay.
I won't tolerate weakness.
To open the door, click on the icon above the cogitator. The character with the highest logic will make the skill test. If this fails, the door will remain closed, and a particularly bad result of a logic test that can cause this door to become permanently stuck and impossible to open. We have more loot here. Same. Don't come. Goods. Collect all. What? Here. Collect all. Good. Now let's open this door. First of all, what is this?
The cogitator is silent. It seems that its machine spirit is no longer being powered by the motive force.
Open. So Rel is gonna use
access
logic.
Received.
Your character is about to make a logic skill test in dialogue and during exploration. Okay, this we know. Each skill test is a difficulty of 100. For example, if you're attempting to lock. For example, you are attempting a test with difficulty of -10. Your character logic this skill score is 40, so 40 minus 10, 30. Therefore, to succeed on logic, you must roll a 30 or less. Any result above 30 will mean failure. Know that the difficulty is calculated from greater to lower values. The greater the difficulty value, the easier it is to pass the test. Good. The higher a character's skill score, the easier it is for them to succeed the test. Yep. Okay. We also have a door here. So I like the fact that it says the percentage.
Unlocked.
That's probably more
I'll lay
important than
claim to
doing
the
the math.
stars.
Tech use 100%. Restore the power. Okay. Goods. Goods. What is this? Explosive device. Alright, so let's add some weapons. Argenta, what do you have? So how different is the shotgun compared to the auto pistol? Rate of fire 6, range 5, 3, 5, 5. So maximum ammo. Solid projectile weapons have an increased 50%. Penetration. You know what? We're gonna replace the auto pistol. Yeah. You're gonna get the gun. What are these goodies? The wear gains. Ooh. Guess who's that? It's me. And this is a bomb, explosive device suitable for eliminating flimsy characters. Does it require demolition? So 40, 40, 40, 60 she has. So let's put what?
That is not the Emperor's will.
Alta charge. I thought you can put it just like the medikit. So open the door. Yeah.
Access received.
It's about time.
More goods. Ooh. Okay, deck use.
Unlocked.
This is a... Ha, this is my shotgun. This is gonna be mine. Collect all. This is gonna be gun. So guess who gets the shotgun? I do get the shotgun. This is 10-15. Rate of fire 1. So now this is better as a vigilant. I like this one as a vigilant. Okay, you still have a shotgun. You have this. Instead of a pistol, should I use the laser gun? Damage, rate of fire, recoil 10. Actually, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna give you this, just in case. And you have this armor penetration. This is not 610. Fine. Any more thing? No. Good. Did we get everything here? Yep. Ooh, demolition. Should probably run away. Boom. Good. So let's save because everybody leveled up. So we have 1 rank. Ah, you cannot choose too much. So revel in slaughter. The soldier immediately removes the winded effect. Until the end of the combat, the soldier gains the following bonus: 10 ballistic skills, 13 crit chance, 4% critical hit chance, 30% crit damage and crit chance. This ability becomes available after the soldier kills 3 enemies. The kill counter is not reset between rounds. Alright. So if I kill 3, I go bonkers. Sure, let's take it. What about you? Endure. Until the warrior's next turn, they gain 2 deflection and 10 temporary wounds. Yeah, that's good. Expose weakness. The operative removes all exploits from the target. So this is the debuff that the tutorial said about, but I did not have it then. Only now I got it. Same thing. Revel in slaughter. Okay. By the way, so 20. I see the health points also goes up. So let's go in. Ooh. What do we have here? So we're gonna come here for the loot. Collect. Can I open this door? Oh, yep. It's gonna be 80%. Oh, not that much.
Unlocked.
Oh, of course it's unlocked. Ooh. Collect all. By the way, let's see who can use a medikit. Ooh, Argenta also. Ah, she has already a medikit. But he does not have. Okay. And we got an, was that an, here is. Grants 5% armor. So let's see who is the lowest. 35, 15. Yeah, she needs one. Because she's gonna have to go a little bit further in battle.
A fallen steel has blocked the path to the lifts. You will have to look for another way to Edelfrad.
Alright. Ooh.
The roar of the flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps, and then you see the figure walk out of the fire toward you. It is Theodora von Valancius.
Are you lost, my heir?
She had a weird voice.
An apparition. A sorceress. Apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
How did you get here?
I am a rogue trader. I am wherever my will demands me to be. Would you prefer to be elsewhere at this time? Indubitably. But are you ready?
Something is not right with her.
I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer, and that answer can be nothing other than acceptance.
And she's also influencing whatever I got inside of me.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
You?
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with What are we waiting for?
Sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect their convictions. This can develop in three directions: dogmatic, iconoclast, heretical. Each include 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follow their convictions, and the more noticeably the world around them reacts to their action and decisions. Promotion through the ranks of each of 3 directions open up access to new dialogue lines, events, unique abilities, and also changes the attitude of others towards you. Also, some items can only be equipped by characters with certain convictions. Why is this jumping? When one of the conviction branches reaches rank 3, Bordery, it becomes the character's main focus. When that happens, the other 2 convictions branches cannot be raised above rank 2. During your character's allies have convictions of their own as well. Can I see? No, I cannot see. So the Emperor will guide the righteous on their path. Take my pain away and give me power. Iconoclast, get the people off the bridge. Yeah, let's save the people.
You look away, and the illusion breaks. The unbearable heat instantly makes your skin burn, and the voices of the people beyond the shroud of smoke grow stronger and hopeful once you and your companions rush back, barking orders and guiding the survivors. In your determination, you completely forget about Theodora, and when you turn your head, you see nothing but the bellowing fire.
Fall back. We'll go around. Fine. So.
Where did it go? The thing that was standing in front of us in the fire? I could have sworn.
To the same place all unholy visions go. Do you want to follow it, witch?
They don't like each other. So, where is that information about dogmatic, non-dogmatic? Character. No. Characteristics. I remember there was a place where you could see all those informations. Ah, here it is. So I am Iconoclast, Run and gun, archetypes, reputation. I don't have any reputation for now. So why do I have 2 of this? Biography. Isn't this the same? Ah. So I am Iconoclast. Believe in the value of a human life and freedom. Faith in the power of goodwill, capable of overcoming the horrors and dangers of the universe without the need for artificial prohibitions. Desire to seek out common ground and compromise rather than uncompromising destruction. Okay, so this is kind of the idealist. Heretical. Devotion to the corruption and taint of the warp through total submissions to the basest and darkest impulses of the soul, of constant worship of the ancient gods of Imperium. So this is heretical. Dogmatic. Believe in the holiness and infallibility of the laws of the Imperium. Adherence to the precepts of the God Emperor and the holy chosen ones, carrying out his will to ignorant and unruly masses, unfettered hatred of the enemies of mankind, be they traitors, heretic Xenox, or servants of chaos. I see. So also he's 45, 15. I'm literally just 15 on the iconoclast. So he's also an iconoclast. Let's see Idira. Oh, Idira is already heretical. Yeah, she's a tiny wedge. Like little. With the spirits on dogmatic. This one is she's super dedicated to all the mentality of the Warhammer. Reputation, archetypes. So she has this. This is an operative. Warrior. Soldier. So I have 2 soldiers. I don't know if that's good. Movement points 6-4, 6-4, 6-4. Okay. So we need to ballistic skills. This is how we get over that part. And we got ourselves a bridge.
Follow my lead! Too late. We are too late. Or perhaps Edelthrad and his escort never made it here. Which would be even worse.
Or they could be fighting on the bridge as we speak, without us.
My lord, I beg your pardon for interrupting. The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us. So now we will follow you through thick and thin.
Oh, this is a consequence of the previous decision.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's Voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Mort headed for earlier.
Alright, let's go for take some goods. Well, only junk. Oh, there is something here. Which I missed. I like the fact that it shows. Here it is. Multi key. Okay. Nothing too fancy. Okay, I have to come through here. Here is where Kunrad hit me. So now I have to go to the Lady Theodora.
What is that?
Goods. What is this? Why it keeps pausing?
This clearly does not serve as a stateroom. The generators, machines, and crude wall paneling indicate that it is a maintenance module room rather than an area for receiving guests.
Where is this taking me? good. This is grants 3 logic. Okay, so who should get this one? Me. Oh, there is nothing here. There is some
A
goods
new
here.
challenge for me.
Alright. Let's go to the Lord Captain's quarter. Curious what we're gonna find over there. So here we are. Ooh, doesn't look good. Not good at all. Well, can we still play the
The
piano?
parlor organ seems to have been sitting idle for many years.
But first let's loot. Because we always need to loot. So what is this doing? Acquire dogmatic follower. This helmet grants is where immunity to enemy crits for the first 3 rounds of the combat. Not bad. 27, 20. Yeah, he's the one who goes in the first line. So he's gonna be more exposed. Yeah, you have fun and okay. And look at it.
The murder scene. Theodora von Valancius's body is sprawled on the large, blood-drenched desk. The arch-militant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
No. Lord Captain. Who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
Almost certainly he lost Theodora. I will go with this one. I doubt it. Voidbeard wished humiliation and suffering upon Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
So let's examine Theodora's body.
You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto-pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye, a heap of blood-spattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else, small shards of glass scattered on the floor.
So let's inspect the papers.
Reports, accounts, dispatches, You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials X, C, and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you, and sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter addressed to Theodora von Valancius signed it with the seal of one of the holy ordos of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunts heretics, xenos, and other enemies of humanity.
Inspect the shards by the desk.
It is difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium.
Idira, what are these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces, drawing closer. Lady Theodora, and Conrad, and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
So examine the... Actually, we go with this. Idira, would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer through her eye.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in a warp.
Examine the Archmilitant's body.
An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the Archmilitant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he.
We had best be on our way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Okay. Ooh, loot. She's dead, but loot. Okay. And we have more loot. Nope. So let's see. So grants 5 fellowship for each enemy in a 2-cell radius. So who is my fellowship? Fellowship 30. Well, let's see who is my fellowshipper. So, okay, so you are Abelard. And this, the wearer of this amulet gains a 10% bonus to commerce and lore. So commerce, and which lore? Lore Imperial. Commerce 30, 40 30, 30 30, 30, 35. You get. There you go. Fine. So now what we need to do? Reach the voidship bridge. So let's go to the bridge then.
Victory awaits!
Oh boy. So let's see, what do we have? So Abelard Rel. This is a 44 gun, melee gun. So 2 guns. What is this? Actually, we have 3 melees and a gun. 3 melees, 3 guns, and this is a combat servitor. He sounds like trouble. So Abelard, I want you to come here. I gonna come here. Argenta. No, actually, Abelard, you go straight into the fight. Like this. Argenta, you come here. And Idira. Wow, that's gonna be... I can bring her here. Alright, start the battle. Armor protects the character from incoming damage. Light and medium armor. Yes, we know about this. Heavy armor has a higher armor rating than medium, but also usually a higher dodge penalty, making it harder to dodge an enemy. Only characters with heavy armor proficiency talent can wear heavy armor. Okay. So we're gonna... all the way here. You're gonna do... oh, it can be only straight line. Endure. Okay. Let's... can I do with a shotgun? I cannot. Okay, doesn't allow me. Okay, let's get rid of him. Alright, and we do a charged one. Oh, good. And we're gonna, until warriors next turn, they gain 2 deflections and 10 temporary wounds. Yes. Endure. What about this? Nope, it's okay. So me, I want this. Like that. Nice.
All too easy.
And one more. 22%. No, because I'm gonna prove. Oh my god, why you are there? Okay. Now there is a small chance I might hit mine. Okay, let's go.
Nothing I can't.
Small chance though. No, good. You will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. An icon next to an enemy's portrait indicates that they are under the influence of some kind of effect. Alright. So, what effect? Heavily damaged. Servitor is heavily damaged. Its damage, hit, chance, and wounds are greatly reduced. Oh my god. Because you remember what he did in the beginning. Oh boy. So what about this? Grants momentum equals to 6. This ability also grants additional 3 momentum for each enemy that is either in a 5-cell radius around the sister battle or was hit. If the sister battle hits a demon or chaos cultist, the additional amount of momentum doubles. Can only be used per combat. Is it? Let's see. Is this every turn? No. Alright, let's do this. Good. You stay there on the cover. 45. Good. And now you. So you, obviously you cannot do this because I'm gonna hit a bunch of. So we're gonna give the scream because I wanna. Oh. So any damage. So let's. So this is how many actions point? 2 action points, and this is 1 action. So let's put exploits on. What is this? Expose weakness. No, I don't want that. And yeah, so suddenly the damage is bigger. 24. That was good. And we need increase the dodge and parry. Good. Stop, stop, stop. Ooh. So, alright, wasn't that bad. You can gain a better understanding of what transpired in combat by checking the combat log. So let's if I charge here, is charge causing an attack of opportunity? Seem like. And then one more. 4. Okay. And also brace for impact. What about you? So you barely anything. 65. Now this one. Okay, let's do this.
Suits my purposes.
Okay. You, I want you. I want you to focus on this guy. Because I want to use Idira against Servitor. Oh, you missed. So Idira. So you put an exploit.
Anything else?
And you yell at him. And he's gone. Good. And we're gonna put a parry. I don't know.
On it.
Parry and dodge. Yes, that was worth it. Can you? Yeah. Good. Virtually no damage. I got this one. Alright, now loot. And everybody just leveled up. Okay, what should I do with this? Okay. This stays. Collect all. Anything more? And everybody just level up. So where is this going? The wearer gains 5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. So please tell me intelligence is less. Ah, yes. Need to be tough. No, toughness actually it's points. So let's see who has the less amount of points. I think 27. So here you can see 27, 23, 23. But she has intelligence 30. Alright. She should 5 toughness. Okay, and this one impacts. Now let's scale him up. 1 rank available. Okay, so let's see, what do we have? First of all, for each adjacent ally, the soldier deals 9% more damage. No. Exploits around. Cover efficiency is increased by 10% for full and 20 fired up. Whenever the soldier deals damage, their crit chance increases by 1%. Wreck and run. After the soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies, the soldier gains 18% more damage for the next attack. Rapid reload. Reloading cost -2. Okay, unpredictable. No. Second skin. There is the let's see. I remember there was one where it increases the dodging. The dodge, nimble, grants 10% bonus to dodge. So this, I'll go with this. So now suddenly the dodge 60%. Okay. Now let's see, what do you need? Epicenter of slaughter. Whenever the warrior is attacked, they gain 1 stack of epicenter. Thick skin. The warrior gains 1 damage deflection. Yes, I'll take this. Now suddenly he has 2, so every damage is decreased. You. Let's see, what do you have? Fresh target. Whenever the operative attacks an enemy that is full wounds, that attack deals 14 more. Ooh, this is not bad. Exposed weakness costs 0. Tide of Excellence. Whenever the operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains 1 damage and 1 armor penetration until the end of the combat. This is also great. Weak body, weak soul. Exposed weakness also reduces enemy toughness and willpower by -9. Oh. Only applies to the first strike or projectile in a burst attack. It stacks. So this is gonna reduce the damage by 1 when I trigger an exploit. So if I have 2 exploits, enemies, toughness and willpower. We go with this. We go for the damage. What about you? Oh, it's gonna be probably like just like me. So we go with a nimble. Where it was? I think it was here at the bottom somewhere. Nimble. We dodge 60. Alright. 10%. Good. It counts a lot. Alright, then everybody now go on the bridge. Get some loot. Always time for loot.
The horrific vision is a product of the warp energies that permeate the bridge.
Okay.
The first sacrifice opens the eye.
Conrad, what are you doing?
The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Help has arrived. Too late to change the tide, I'm afraid. But if there is any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity and give our lives for the rogue trader.
Well, you look dreadful.
I am still standing, and I have enough strength in me for one more fight. All that truly concerns me is this. Where is the Lord Captain?
Theodora von Valencius is dead. I found her and the Archmilitant in her study.
God Emperor preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain, and the house its head. No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
I forbid you the very thought of yielding. Only by resigning to your fate will you truly suffer. The ship can still be steered out of the war, but we must first restore communication between the bridge and the navigator's sanctum. Perhaps the warp does not have to be the end. This one, I forbid you the very thought of yielding.
Words worthy of a righteous soul.
Well, thank you.
Save the lofty words for later, will you? The navigator's ready to take the ship out of the warp if he gets some help from the bridge.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
You can see Conrad Voigtveer clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
We are out of time.
Draw your weapon. Voidgear, you duplicitous cur. Rogue Trader's death will be avenged. To Edelha, that complicates things. Radio weapons. Well, that complicates things.
The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell. Accursed traitor! A time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches toward his death.
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Oh, too late, buddy.
Your doom has been foretold.
So it's a natural armor. This creature's armor depends on the amount of its wound. If it has more than 75%, its armor is 55%. If it has between 70 and 48, it has 40% of armor. If it has less than 40%, it has only 25% armor. Also, it always suffers 20% toxic and fire damage. And we can... oh boy. 6-9 to 5 abilities. Toxic Spur. This is all creatures within the area. Rendering screen. The target makes a toughness test. If failed, the target suffers bleeding for 5 rounds and devour. The creature devours an ally, restoring 30% of the creature's maximum wounds. Oh my goodness. Okay, so who is first? So first is me. You need to come here. Then it's Abelard. So Abelard, you're gonna go full on. And is Argenta. Which one is this? Heretic Cult. Cutthroat, 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 Cutthroat. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 6 plus the big guy. Okay. Then it's gonna be Argenta. So Argenta. We're gonna need to take care of these guys as soon as possible. Because this guy probably is gonna start to... yeah, so I'm coming all the way here. So is Argenta. All the way here. And Idira. Well, Idira, for now you're gonna stay here. How far are you? No, it's right after Argenta, so you come here too. Start a battle. You will encounter enemies with various abilities. Yeah, that one I know. Okay. So you're gonna have to take this guy out. No, we're gonna go the big one. Like that.
Suits my purposes.
Good. And come here. We're gonna take another one out. Good. Good. Ooh, we are almost. The momentum. Abelard. So first, you're gonna... let's see, what can we do? With the shotgun. The shotgun. Oh, you can do almost nothing. Now, my friend, you have to start charging. Good. How much is this? This is gonna be 1. And 1 more. And yeah, you gain 2 deflections and 2 points.
Break their morale.
Ugh. That was horrible. Missed. Good.
Follow my lead.
Alright, Argenta. It's time to come here. Then you're gonna take these two guys out, hopefully. Or if you come here. Can you? It's a very small probability. Now what? Let's... What if you come all the way here? It's even less. Well, let's do it.
Rejoice in battle!
It's not less. It's actually 6. 1. Oof. You missed that guy. To use unique abilities called heroic acts or desperate measures, momentum is required. Depending on the actions of your party in combat, the momentum bar will increase or decrease. A high momentum value allows a character to use a heroic act. A low value grants access to desperate measures. Both abilities can completely change the course of the battle, but every party member can either use one or the other, and only once in a single combat. Okay. So should I go for this or for this? Which one is next? This, and then it will be this, and then this. That's... What is this? A soldier gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire. Minimum 2. Using the weapon's attack that normally costs the least action point. These attacks do not spend action point. Until the end of soldier's turn, their first attack against each enemy automatically scores a crit. You know what? Let's do this. Can we do a crit on this guy? Just don't want to hit him. Now we're gonna have to, so we have 1, 2, 3. So let's, okay, let's take, I'm gonna do a crit, the first one. Let's do this. Take a chance. Ooh, beautiful. Beautiful. 120. And now, we're gonna get rid of him.
Eradicated.
Good. 2.
Strike is a prayer.
And one more. Do we have another one here? No. Let's do one more. Ooh, I can take him out. That solves the problem of the... Good. You have more? I'll take it. Yeah. From now on is alright. Should have done this before. Idira. Put exploits on him. And we can do 4 or anywhere between 10 and 24. While you're gonna have to hide. Need to spread. Spread. If you come here, can you still? Yep. Beautiful. How much he has? 96. Oh, 96, 98. That means he went into that. Okay. This is the dodge on this. Means he went into that. He has now only 40%. Because 70 times 14 most of the times is 98. So we are under 70%. Ooh, rage. Natural armor, okay. So now it's down to, the armor is only 40%. Now let's see. Oh. What did you do? Parry, yes. Done.
Stay vigilant.
Okay, you missed.
My faith strengthens me.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That was beautiful. Okay. So if you, I want you to use your gun. 6, 8, 3, 4 versus 2, 3. 2, 3. Problem is, if I come here, I don't want to be too close. What is the damage? 6, 8, and it's 29%. But if I do this, oh, look at that. This has a 75% and it's a burst, so it's gonna be more. Beautiful. And I have one more. Sure, I'll take it. It has 100%. All right. Baldur, my friend. So again, no matter what, you need to take this 10. And you have to do 1 damage. Come on. 2 damage. Brace for impact. Okay. It's gonna. Damn, you suck. What did he do? Missed. Poof. Okay. Argenta. So let's see. Reveled in slaughter. The soldier immediately removes the winded effect. Until the end of the combat, the soldier gains the following bonus: 10 ballistic skill, 15. Yes. I want that. I totally want that. Or should I go with 2 bursts? Yes. That's probably better. Oh yeah. Good. And 1. That's it? Ah. I should have done this and then this. But I have this. So I do 1 more damage. A little bit more. What? You hit. You hit the stairs. Well, that was not smart. And you're gonna have to reload soon. Alright, same thing. Exploits. And yell at him. Totally. Yep.
Was that you?
20.
Or...
Beautiful. Now, and give him dodge because now comes the big one. If we survive this hit, we are done. Oh!
I've suffered worse.
Ah ha ha ha, he took from the temper. That's great. I think we are pretty much done with it. And so you are here, let's do. There was one which was 100%. Yeah. Yes, that was easy. And everybody leveled up. Do I have something to pick? Goods. Oh my. Special stuff. That's it? Not. Let me. What is this? Iron mounted is around here. But for now, let's level up. First, let's put the stuff in. Let's give them stuff. So this says, whenever the wearer of the gloves suffers an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain a +1 bonus damage until the end of the combat. So this one will go to Everard. So he's the one that it's gonna be always exposed. Hopefully he's never gonna need this. But well. Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by 20% until the end of the combat. Same, it's you. What is this? Grants Fellowship. You need to dodge, my friend. You need to dodge. And who has this amount of dodge? 20, 35. So who's the fellowship guy? 35. Yeah, whatever. What is this? Blade shard. A blade made from mysterious metal that shimmers with unnatural colors. Okay, let's level them up. Okay, so you need should I use agility or ballistic? Yeah, ballistic skills. We go with ballistic skills because I'm a big shooter. And what do I have? Unpredictable. The soldier gains 7% crit chance. This bonus is double against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover. Rapid reload. Okay, reloading is not so. Wreck and run. After the soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies, the soldier gains 20% more damage for their next attack. Fire up. Whenever the soldier deals damage, their crit damage is increased by 1. Exploit the surroundings. 10%. Half cover. Yes. Should I go with this? Let me think. Does he have the nimble? Yeah, he already had the nimble one. Let's see what else you can do. No, you don't have a shield. Increases wounds by half of the character's level. So now the level is like what level? Where can I see what level? It's probably 2, 3. No, I don't. Instant retribution. Whenever the wielder successfully blocks an attack, okay, I don't. Dueling Master grants 15% to parry. Shield Bash, we don't have a Shield Bash. Weapon skills, character may improve any trained characteristic even if the archetype of origin does not allow it. The character gains weapon skills, which are or agility. Or we do ballistic skill and agility. Or exploit surroundings. Rapid reload. Unpredictable. Each shot fired by the soldier grants them 1 agility until the end of their turn. No, because apparently it resets. Fortress. No, integrity. While at full wounds, the soldier has a plus 10 ballistic skills and 2. This is also interesting. You can move further. Second skin. The soldier's medium armor, I don't care. Swift slot reveal. Used after 2 kills instead of combat added. Oh, this is not good. Okay, so we were here between exploit surroundings when we are under cover or agility. Agility is all about initiative, dodge, etc. I need to be able to dodge as much as possible. Shoot and dodge. Okay, we go over this. And for you, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna do ballistic skills. And there's a second one. Should I mirror myself? %. Okay, exploit surroundings. So we go the other way around. Might converge in the end. Maybe you. So you get epicenter of slaughter. Whenever the warriors attack, they gain 1 stack of epicenter of slaughter until the end of the combat. At the start of their turn, the warrior gains 1 temporary wound for each stack. These temporary wounds cannot exceed 5. Okay, so that's 1 whenever it's attack. Thick skin. I already have this. So whenever it's attack, gets 1 temporary until the end of the combat. The problem is, it might go only up to 5. Okay, let's see what else we have. Contempt. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior next melee attack against that enemy deals a +5 damage. Does not stack, but it can be reactivated after another attack made by. That's interesting, the content. Or the warrior melee attack deals an extra 3 damage to enemies that have no allies in dice and cells. That's actually more, because most of the times the enemies are spread out. No. We do desolation. Or desolation. Yep. And toughness. And I want. Yes, he's gonna be tough. Idira. Let's see, Idira. What? So, Idira, you have 50. Everybody has. So, you have 50. Everybody has 40, 30, 40. For intelligence. Knowledge for each points, intelligence points. Okay. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this actually no, this is analyze enemies. So the exploits add, they depend on the perception. So we need to work on the perception. Okay. And ooh, nothing found. So we're gonna have to just pick something. Edge of Fate. At the beginning of every combat, the cycle has 15. No. No. The first dodge attempt of every enemy. Doesn't matter. Every time the cycle deals mental damage. We don't do mental damage yet. Blade of Light. Force weapon attacks deal 2 more damage and have. I want the one where I scream. So screaming is what kind of damage? Because it will reset. Features. This is a Psychic Shriek. What kind of attack is this one? It's a side. Okay. What kind of, is this like a mental or what, or just, well, let's go back. So we talked about that. Psychic Barrage. Ooh, target suffers an additional 3. Yes. Psychic Barrage. We do this. We're gonna do this. Because then every time we're gonna scream, we're gonna do 3 more damage. What else we have? Oh, you don't have the nimble? Oh, that we don't even negotiate with this. You need a nimble. Give you 10% dodging. Okay. And now let's go where we have to go now. You have to go this way. Emmerich Mountain.
The heir is dead.
The ship could use a prayer or two right now, but it's too early for a funeral.
Dynasty.
My repairmen are already hard at work
Man,
fixing the damaged compartments.
He
We
was
can and we will
mutating
make
right
it.
in front of us. You just ended his suffering sooner.
Okay. Master Helmsman.
A new challenge for me.
Rivor, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal. Living and breathing. Well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry. We'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
How did you people survive in here?
Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators. Then, I prayed for our rescue.
We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping from the warp.
Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
What must I do?
Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report and... blast it all to the void! Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please, hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk.
Alright, I'm ready. Begin the ritual. Take the Lord Captain's place.
The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the warp.
Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle.
It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. A moment later, you realize that all these voices are the myriad manifestations of the same call that has finally invaded your mind.
You are to blame for Theodora's death?
I am the beginning and the end, and all that courses in between. I am the voice of the truth that is destined to triumph. For this triumph is the terminal point of every twisted maze of fate.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Seneschal, the navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision,
all right.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live. The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. And through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself.
Well, then, your lordship.
You cannot help but notice that the Seneschal does not know how to talk to you, or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing your smile, Abelard pulls himself together.
You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy, while others go unfilled entirely, and now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews.
By the way, open the cargo management screen to learn more about the cargo on your flagship, the amount, the types, and the percentage of cargo being filled up. On the cargo tab, you can see details about the items packed in each cargo slot. If you need to use an item that is already packed, move that item back to your inventory. Cargo is needed when trading with merchants. You will meet them soon. Okay. So here is like, how did we come to lose so many officers?
It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found. Which is unsurprising, given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers.
Abelard grimaces.
What is on the agenda for this meeting?
Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, Your Lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge. And they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain.
Have you succeeded in tracking down Voidwyrd?
Abelard grits his teeth.
No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors, but, frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now 1 shuttle short. I am afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought.
Wait, Abelard. There is another altogether more pressing problem. I do not wish to be the rogue trader. No, actually I do want to. I am ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers.
With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness.
Everybody bow to me. I'm your lord now.
Attention, officers. You have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Rel von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports.
Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard?
As you wish, Your Lordship.
Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh.
Vigdis Suriata of the Talaman line, our new Vox Master.
It is an honor to serve your lordship.
The Vox Master offers a deep bow.
Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain.
Beside her is Raver, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap.
The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face, gives a sullen nod.
Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high factotum Janrys Damrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship.
Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows.
It is an honor, Your Lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard. The Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. And, lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnisia.
The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the tech priests' mechadendrites.
Is that everyone?
Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Wise, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Wise has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the von Valancius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Conrad Voigtvir's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so.
It is equally regrettable that 2 more individuals worthy of mention could not join us at the briefing, the Master-at-Arms and Confessor Adalbert. The eminent Adalbert must see to the funeral services being held for the fallen officers, of whom there are too many for him to take leave from the chapel. And Mistress Sourback, who has replaced her late predecessor as our Master-at-Arms, is currently leading the search for any surviving agents of Voidfear. All others present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make up a record of proceedings.
Alright, let's take them in order. The Infernus Master.
Yes, Lord Captain.
The tall man bows his head in deference.
I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty.
Abelard remarks in a low voice pitched for your ears only.
The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak.
Alright, so he's the fireman. Then, High Factotum, what have you to report?
We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and, unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykad Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system, in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless, and negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true given Caligo's Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets.
Rumbles Abelard, frowning.
Drives Master, I will hear from you now.
A voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood.
Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnisia, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engineer Prime, overseer and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board, fell in battle. The Muggos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Muggos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible.
Would someone care to translate the esteemed Drives Master's words?
The ship's most senior tech priest, most senior both in rank and in experience, is dead. If we do not find a replacement, we will be unable to resolve the problems with the warp engine.
Answers the Vox Master instantly, without even thinking. This is not the first time she has acted as an interpreter between the ship's various inhabitants.
Alright. So we need a tech priest. Okay. Master Hellsman, deliver your status report.
Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without our Engineer Prime and Navigator, who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first, our warp drive being torn to pieces or all of us melting into the bulkheads.
Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject, when we arrived in the system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a novice Nobilite station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor.
A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull, as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the demon that appeared before you during the translation to real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies, and today, I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation.
If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round this system till our heads are swimming, as long as the Promethium and supplies last. And if any thick-as-crock shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score.
Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report?
The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look.
No, my job's simple, maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone, we've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself.
The Master of Ordnance chokes back the words he was obviously about to blurt out without thinking. He casts another look at you before turning away.
I apologize profusely, Lord Captain. Pardon the fool, the ship is in ruins, every other officer is dead, and the Lord Captain is no longer with us. Fear has taken hold of me.
He looks up at you.
But I've heard of you, oh yes. Your fame has reached even as far as the Expanse. I can't be showing myself up in front of an illustrious person such as yourself.
He adjusts his uniform and stands ramrod straight.
The Master of Ordnance can report that the rest of the arsenal has been saved and the battery is in good order. We are ready to fight, if that is the Lord Captain's will.
So to summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members and we require a new engineer prime and navigator. Is this all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage?
Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems.
What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves?
I see to the Vox Master on this point. Mistress Taliman?
We are in the Reichad star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in the system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Novice Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Reichad Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet.
The situation is not very encouraging. But without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere, therefore, we must go to the planet and the Novice Nobilite station and find out what in the void is going on.
So we have to go to Novice Nobilite.
The assembled officers salute you as one.
Your lordship, there is one other thing. A confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora.
Abelard hesitates.
Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here, to this system, for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything? And I shall tell you, the Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Koronus Expanse.
So I will be honored to fulfill the Inquisitor's commission. What is? He asked from Theodora.
Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrich Van Calix. An interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Novice Nobilite or the Governor of Reichad Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valancius Protectorate.
Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement.
Idira? Sister Argenta? Explain yourselves.
The Sister of Battle grimly nods toward Idira.
The Psyker is suffering some ailment, or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised.
For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant.
I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader.
Idira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word burst from her lips.
Daybreak.
Idira, come to your senses. Abelard, bring the wish to heal. If there is nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. Now I want this. Idira, come to your senses.
Damn it.
Idira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation.
Why, your lordship? Here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out, daybreak, or maybe it's dawn, and it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell, but if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark?
We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Class?
No, not yet anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, all right? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well.
The Psyker's bitten lips stretch into a wry smile.
If there is nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. Alright. So let's see what we need to do. So we have here Master Hellsman, Henrik, Vox, Abelard. Yes, Idira, Argenta, to the Lord Captain's quarter, to another compartment. Okay. So, quests. What quest do we have to do? Can we hide the... No, we cannot. So, looking for trouble. A matter of utmost importance, led the interrogator of the Inquisition, Henris von Kalox, to the Riker system. The rogue trader duty as a loyal servant of the Imperium is to find the interrogator and aid him in his mission. Since his whereabouts are currently unknown, it may be easier said than done. So we need to visit Rykard Filia, the prison planetoid, may have caught the interrogator's attention, make contact with the Navis Nobelite station. The navigators abode could have been a plausible destination for an interrogator of the Ordo Xenox. The station's residents may tell the rogue trader if they are playing host to such a guest. And another one, the interrogator must have visited Rykard Minoris. Perhaps the planetary governor knows of his present whereabouts or planned course of action. And we also have Battle System personal quest. Argenta asked the rogue trader to talk with her on the ship as soon as the opportunity arises. Better not put it off for too long. So the crew losses suffered during the cultist raid can be remedied on Rykard. Okay, that the voidship requires a new engines here. So let's go talk with Argenta first. She was here. Argenta, let's talk with her.
Rogue trader.
Let's first tell me about yourself. Let's find out.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
Whoa, Emperor's daughter. Okay, that's big. So how did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
So what was like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the cultists. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
So what happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more. And it's bound to happen someday.
Well, we could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
Is it difficult for you to accept that you made a mistake?
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Well, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
As you wish.
Actually, I do. Tell me about the Adeptas Sororitas. So this one is where she came from.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say the Adeptas Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is that true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, There have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of faults and weakness.
Go on.
Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
What orders are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
Okay, Lord Imperium succeeded. So the Order Pronatus is not one of the Order Militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge. And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
You said you belong to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Koronus Expanse?
The order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parson Mr. Wayne, the station's founder.
So are there any other members of Adepta Sororitas in the Koronus Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
I have no more questions about the sisterhood. Okay.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
Yeah, that's good. What is that's keeping you in my retinue?
The ship was targeted by heretics, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary, but for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
So it pleases me to have a servant. I enjoy your company. You might be of use to me, and so I have no problem. Yeah, let's go with her. Oh no, actually, let's go. I enjoy your company, Argenta.
Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you, both for your words and your hospitality.
You said you have a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader.
The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans?
Make arrangement. I will meet them in person, so let's go.
I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart.
The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale.
Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups.
Abelard glances at the gathered children.
It is hardly the Scola Progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction.
Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing.
Brave ones, the master of the ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House von Valancius.
You notice Infernus Master Einrich Montag standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectfully when you meet his gaze.
Infernus Master, do you serve as a teacher in your spare time? Grandly addresses the group. I, the rogue trader, smile at the group. Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. This one.
Not at all, your lordship. I'm just looking out for them. It's the Infernus way to help folks in trouble. It's our job, after all. So we chip in rations here and there and make sure nobody gives them a hard time. We take the older ones into the clan's care if they want. Many in the guild are not our family by blood, but by circumstance.
Smile at the group.
The teenagers keep staring at you. A girl who has remained close to Argenta smiles uncertainly. A skinny pale lad tries to throw his shoulders back and stand at attention like a soldier. Only a few teenagers at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly,
So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches.
Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants both to calm him and scold him for his impudence.
I want to be nice with them because they are orphans. If you have things to say, say them without fear. I will listen.
The boy smiles grimly.
It doesn't matter what we say, it won't bring our parents back. And it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks. Or worse.
I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through. But they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. When the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there. I took command, I fought and repelled the assault as quickly as I could, but no war can be won without losses. You can only strive to do what is within your power. The strong have the power to decide the fate of others. The weak either obey or die. Oh. This one. I understand your grief and dismay.
You heard the rogue trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium.
It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with Von Valancius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay.
Alright. So we talk with her, let's go see the master now. Let's start to know my crew.
The tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle. Blue-veined snake under his white, almost dove-colored skin, and his scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. His neck and shoulders are wrapped in wires that hint at the presence of neural connectors under his uniform. The officer's face seems to be twisted in a perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger, but he greets you with a respectful nod.
Lord Captain. Master Helmsman Raver, at your service.
So remind me, who are you?
I'm the Master Helmsman, Lord Captain. I stand at the wheel of this here tub, your vessel, and bark commands at the idiots who tend to its related systems. In layman's terms, I'm the one who stops us from running into an asteroid or a disruptive gravitational wave when we're traveling through the void.
So do you control the ship in real space?
I wish that was my only job. I have to steer her through the warp too, but most of the credit for that goes to the navigator. The warp's a nightmare, always tossing up something new all my years at the helm. They count for nothing in there. My part's small enough, I just monitor our systems, follow the charted route, and I don't kick up a fuss when new orders come in from the navigator's sanctum. Real space, now that's where I keep my eyes peeled. Gravitational anomalies, void currents, hard radiation, that kind of shit shows up everywhere. Thank the Emperor, the augurs on this vessel are holding up, and so far we've been able to spot if something bad's coming our way.
Who are the idiots you are in charge of? That's enough for now.
Right you are, Lord Captain.
So you are void-born, are you not?
That I am. Born into a helmsman clan in the bowels of a Chartist vessel. Studied the family trade until I was 15, then my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by lower hold scum. They spared the young UNS, of course they did. Kids with implanted connectors make great navigational servitors. But I was having none of it, they weren't going to make a servitor out of me, so I escaped into the crawlways. And then I spent months picking them off, one after the other.
Raver stops abruptly.
You got me talking up a storm. Anyway, yes, I'm a voidborn.
Finish your story.
Raver stays silent for a few seconds.
Not much to tell. I gutted everyone I could get to, and then I fled upward, to the middle decks. That's where the auger operators took me under their wing. They have apprentice helmsmen of their own up there, you see. Nobody asked me any questions, so I stayed. I grew up, trained, got smarter. Then ended up a junior helmsman. A dozen years later, Danrock spotted me and lured me away, the cheeky blighter.
So tell me about the Voidborn.
Raver winces and rubs his temple.
Lord Captain, no disrespect, but you'd do better to find someone with a knack for conversation, like Ptolemy, the new Vox Master. I ain't the talking type, I just get the ship where she needs to go. Best let folks stick to what they do best.
Alright. But I don't care that.
Lord Captain.
Raver acknowledges you with a nod and turns away.
Let's see Heinrich quickly. Get an idea about Heinrich.
The Infernus Master nonchalantly lights a low stick from a thermal cutter and spreads his arms in a welcoming gesture.
Heinrich Montag, at your service.
He smells of cinders and low, his face is sooty, and his belt is laden with a number of heavy tools. You would have taken him for a laborer if it weren't for the greasy and ragged officer's uniform.
So how did you come to be in the service of Von Valancius dynasty?
Not in the usual way. My ancestors wronged yours and were appointed Inferni as a result. Hard labor, deadly risks, plenty of opportunities to atone. Those criminals have been dead for generations, but we are still serving their time. Maybe we will find redemption one day.
Tell me more about the Infernus Guild.
What interests you the most? Our duty, our state-of-the-art equipment, or our vibrant traditions?
How is the guild organized?
The Infernus service is split into different brigades according to duties. The heart of the guild are, of course, our liquidators, tough guys with nerves of steel, who put out fires and pull people from the flames. Others are repairmen, dealing with problems like jammed doors, fuel leaks, or broken vents. And then there's the walking inspectors, who check the decks to make sure that nothing is blocking any passages or access to communication lines.
State-of-the-art equipment? That sounds interesting.
The Infernus Master smiles guiltily.
That was a bit of a stretch, I'm sorry. There is no state-of-the-art equipment, the risks of ruining it in a fire are too great. We get by using human resources and the most common items available, respirators, fire extinguishers, and flame-retardant uniforms. Let's face it, the lives of the Inferni are not worth much. It's more important that we save the machines and minimize damage to the ship.
What traditions?
We have plenty of those, like the reminders.
Heinrich rolls up his sleeve, revealing a tattoo inscribed over an old burn mark.
When you survive a particularly hopeless accident, you get a tattoo on your scar. You can always tell an experienced Infernus by their ink. It's like a badge of honor of sorts.
Tell me how you got your reminders?
He points to a tattoo on his right forearm.
This one is from the time plasma leaked from the outer aft circuit. Imagine yourself clinging to the hull outside, thermal cutter in one hand and a magnetic clamp in other. As your flames burst from the breach, the kind that can incinerate you in a second. All that separates you from death is a flimsy rope and a void suit more ancient than Holy Terra. And yet the price I paid was nothing compared to my comrades.
He slowly moves the augmented fingers of his right hand.
As for this one,
the look he directs at his left hand is full of bitterness.
I got this one in the ammo depot where my wife Elsinora died. There was a fire, and the flames were getting close to the ammunition. And I don't mean autogun rounds, these were macro cannon shells. We put out the fire as best we could, but we were losing. Suddenly, Elsie took my hand, kissed me, and then ran straight into the blaze and activated the emergency blast door. We stayed outside while she vented the compartment.
Heinrich gives a tender smile, gazing at the smoke.
It was quite a story.
Oh, that's sad. I'm sorry for your loss.
He nods gratefully and takes another puff.
What shall we talk about?
Okay, that's enough.
Never let your fire go out, Lord Captain, no.
Heinrich hurriedly waves his hands.
That's just a stupid little Gildan joke. Seriously, if you see an Infernus next to a naked flame, run.
Alright. Let's see, Vox. It's the one full of cables.
A thin, pale woman stands out among the rest of the crew. There is a thick bundle of cables coming out of the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment, and you see the grate of a quietly humming Vox where her mouth should be. The woman sees you and bows her head in a respectful greeting.
So how may I serve you, Lord Captain?
What are your duties?
I am the ears and the voice of this void ship. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. We receive, send, encrypt, and decode all incoming and outgoing messages through the ship's internal and external channels, and we also ensure clean communications and the optimal efficiency of the crew's boxcasters.
Continue.
If you ever want to know what worries and concerns your crew are harboring, what your subjects are whispering about in local networks after their watches, and what their leaders are clamoring about over shortwave Vox transmissions, just come and see me. I will satisfy your curiosity.
Have the Vox spirits brought you anything interesting, lady?
Forgive me, Lord Captain. I have no information that would be of interest to you at this moment.
Your appearance is unique. You are a Voidborn, are you not?
My appearance comes from my heritage, generation after generation of people who spent their entire lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home, but the same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks and remain unseen. We are the Voidborn.
Where does the word voidborn come from?
Because we are the children born in the void between the stars, be it the womb of a traveling vessel, an orbital satellite, or a forgotten asteroid station. Low gravity, voyages through the warp, and the countless dangers of space travel, everything others hate and dread is second nature to us.
How does the other treat you? Okay.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew.
The Vox Master nods obediently and presses several switches on the device she is holding.
It is done, Lord Captain.
You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval.
That will be all for now.
I live to serve, Lord Captain.
Alright. Let's talk with Ablar.
Lord Captain?
Let's talk about things that may be useful for me as the rogue trader. Oh yeah, this is important.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation in the Koronus Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Koronus Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Koronus Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Koronus Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Yeah, so that begs the question, why is the Inquisitor here? Who are the main players I need to be aware of the Koronus Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Koronus Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbalaka Mission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Koronus Expanse.
So Kunrad, our previous Master of Whisper, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtfear. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps. As you wish, Lord Captain.
I'd like to know more about my Seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
So what were you doing before you became Theodora's Seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Touch the chord. Alright, do you have a family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11.
What?
My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Of course.
It's gonna be my first officer, so You may call me by my first name if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
I must take my leave. Until next time, Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
Alright. That's the map. Let's talk with
Jocasta Sour.
Proud to serve the dynasty. Lord Captain.
The Master-at-Arms snaps to attention, ready to carry out your order.
How did you come to serve on my flagship?
I come from the noble Sourback family of the capital world of Darganus. I dare say that our house is renowned for its loyalty and strict adherence to the law, and the members of my family have been your faithful enforcers for centuries. I am honored to be the 6th Master-at-Arms named Sourback to serve on the ship.
Jocasta speaks the words with unmistakable pride.
You're wearing Imperial Navy armor. How did you come by it?
I inherited it from the previous Master-at-Arms. Like the esteemed Seneschal, he left the Navy to serve Lady Theodora. He brought quite a few officers with him and established a tradition. Upon the death or resignation of an enforcer, his or her armor would be passed on to a fellow officer who had distinguished themselves in the course of their duties. I was awarded armor in this way in my time, and upon the death of my predecessor, I inherited his personal armor.
So what is your opinion of me as Lord Captain?
I do not doubt the astuteness of your decisions. But beyond that, I am impressed with you. I have heard about the brutal punishments that you have endured, Lord Captain.
She looks away, but before she does so, you notice a strange spark in her eyes.
Your tenacity deserves admiration.
Oh boy.
There is fire in the black depths of her gaze. If she could, she would devour you whole with her sidelong glances.
I seem to be detecting something more than mere admiration.
Then what about awe?
She stares at your neck, right at the scar peeking out from under your collar. Her pupils dilate, and she licks her lips involuntarily.
Thinking about what you have suffered leaves me trembling.
Alright, calm down.
Of course, Lord Captain.
She forces herself to look at you again, and this time, you see only cold impassivity in her eyes.
I want to know what you think about the other officers. No, I want to know more about your service, yes.
I am ready to answer any questions, Lord Captain.
What are the Master-at-Arms' duty?
I am responsible for upholding safety and order aboard the ship. Guard duties, patrols, finding and punishing troublemakers. In addition, my enforcers ensure that the crew follow all directives and carry out their tasks properly. As they say in my family, a servant who shows disobedience today prepares a riot tomorrow.
There are thousands of people aboard this vessel. How do you maintain order?
2 words, Lord Captain: suppression and fear. The base nature of the rabble cries for an iron grip, lest they give in to their animal urges. We have many well-tested measures to prevent it: random night searches, preventive interrogations, corporal punishment, and executions. Of course, the laws of the ship equally apply to the officers. We eradicate the canker of insubordination wherever we find it, without mercy.
Well, I hope you will not repeat the mistakes of the previous Master-at-Arms.
You can be sure of that. He was a fine enforcer, but suffered from the fatal flaw of trusting his associates. I myself lack that weakness and trust no one except you, Lord Captain.
Well, let us change the subject.
Yes, Lord Captain.
That's it for now.
Proud to serve the dynasty.
High Factorum, let's talk. This one is the
corpulent man in lavish clothes goes before you, not without difficulty. A servo skull whirs over his shoulder while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of papers he is holding, and he regards you with attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant.
Greetings, your lordship. Janrys Danrock, at your service.
Remind me, what is it you do on my ship?
As the high factotum, my duties encompass anything that might enrich you and your protectorate. I see to it that suppliers deliver all shipments on time, that our partners do not weasel out of their promises, and that all servants remember that the Emperor's grace can only be earned through toil for the good of the von Valancius dynasty. I also make arrangements to ensure that our hold receives less than thorough inspections by port customs officers, and I find buyers for whatever you wish to sell.
Go on.
And, of course, I ensure that the Protectorate's worlds prepare their tithe in a timely fashion. Let none ever say in my lifetime that the dynasty has disgraced itself with a late payment of the sacred tribute.
Just so you're aware, Treasurer, in the past my duty was to ensure that the governor of every world under my watch paid the tithe without fail, and even a smaller shortage was punished in full. Now we're not gonna do this. So how did you come to serve?
I come from Darganus, your lordship. I have been a subject of your dynasty since birth and have always strived to be of use to the great rogue trader. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family, due to my being 15th in line for the title, so I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me in case they attempted to shorten the waiting list at my expense.
15th in the line of the title, oh my.
Janrys lets out an almost kindly chuckle.
While my brothers and sisters schemed against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping, the greatest art of the Adeptus Administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and the other traditional amusements of my noble peers.
What was it like working with Theodora?
Oh, now that's a tricky question, your lordship. Do you ask it of everyone, knowing they risk losing their head should they let slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thus, working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora was one of the fortunate ones. She was a model rogue trader, and she surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed.
I want to know more about the people who buy our plunder.
Of course, Lord Captain. Who interests you, exactly? We most often deal with the followers of St. Drusus, the Explorators, the Casbalica Mission, or, Emperor forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void.
So what do the followers of St. Drusus acquire from us?
The Drusians still hope to bring the Koronus Expanse into the warm embrace of the faith, just as their flock hopes to receive the aid of the Drusian missionaries. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine marked with your seal is a sign the rogue trader himself believes in the sect's future success. Reverend Hieronymus is the first among the Drusians and is most often seen in Footfall's grand atrium. A gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a saint.
Tell me more about the Explorators.
Members of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet, which has been roaming the Koronus Expanse for a good while now. Omnia knows what they are hoping to find, but their acolytes regularly show up on inhabited worlds, seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tracking down mechanical relics, and sniffing out xeno-artifacts, if truth be told. Supposedly, they want to save the ignorant rabble from corruption. A tech priest named Opticon 22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found at the docks on Footfall.
Opticon 22, that's an interesting name. I'm interested in the Casbalica mission.
Masters of the cold trade, immoral criminals, and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of this mafia gang that has taken root in the Calixus sector. You can do business with them as long as you take the necessary precautions. They are led by Vladane Tokora, who recently appointed himself Liege of Footfall. Of course, he is a trusted ally of rogue trader Winterscale, but he will not refuse you, another of the Emperor's anointed. If you wish to talk to Vladane, look for him in the Liege's palace on Footfall.
What is this Fellowship of the Void?
Janrys emits a laugh like gurgle.
A pompous name, is it not? In truth, they are a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of their little flotillas need supplies, or can take awkward cargo off our hands without asking questions. Of course, there is always a risk that these scoundrels will change their mind and attempt to board us instead, but so far our macrocannons have managed to keep them in line. They say Riza Calvaria speaks on the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus Amicicus on Footfall is rumored to be her favorite haunt.
Why are we giving away our spoils to these people in the first place?
To profit from them, of course. Most of the things you will find during expeditions are complete junk to one such as yourself, but the less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor think them treasures, especially when they are bestowed by the great rogue trader himself. Drusian fanatics and pirate cutthroats, Casbalica dealers and explorators, none will refuse our help in these dark and trying times. And there may come a time when we shall be the ones requiring aid, and it would be beneficial to have allies willing to provide it.
Okay.
Certainly, Lord Captain.
I wish to bolster my retinue with skilled fighters. No, I don't. Not yet. My retinue and I are in need of training. Let's get training.
I will show you our sparring chambers at once.
Select the character to reset. No, I don't want to reset. Skills and everything.
The high factotum Janry's Danrock greets you with a cool smile and the merest hint of a bow.
Pleasure to see you, Lord Captain.
Enough.
How may I be of assistance?
Enough questions for now. Okay, I wish to bolster my retinue with skilled fighters.
Rest assured, there are people of the most outstanding talents among the thousands of your crew. I will contact the overseers at once.
Ah, here you can add followers. No, I don't want that. Want to go with the game NPCs. Let's talk with Idira.
The tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant, as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Idira turns her head toward you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you.
Idira, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You're a psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship, and my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Koronus Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
By the way, you never finished your story about your first time crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
So how did you end up in the rogue trader service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. And as I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then, Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered their guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So, I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so, I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can, after some Amasek. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Let's talk about something else.
Of course, Lord Captain.
What's it like being a psyker?
Lord Captain, forgive me, but it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little Amasek and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
So what would happen if your door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
But can you see my future?
All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Sure.
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Idira laughs, rubs her hand together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face, her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your color begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained. Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks and the scent of oil confound his nose. The chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
I'd like to hear your augury, Idira. What awaits me in the future?
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Idira laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile in her face, her head slightly tilted.
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Okay. She cannot read my future for now. Do you know Theodora von Valencius well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well, not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked.
You?
It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between...